Will this work? You guys figured out the purpose. How do you want to mount it on this? Eh? In faster.
Where did this stop? This the highest.
The sound, they are complaining about the sound. Like, we can just, how about some?
Hi everyone. Hello people. Hello everyone. Good morning. So I'm going to be on table. We come to some roles. I'm very excited. And I'm a lot of key sources of where we're being on. So please help me. The guys in the back, please help me fill the front seats so we can have this event started. I promise you guys so for final guys come to the front row. We can start. Guys in the back, please do me that one solid and I promise to respond. Please help for your friends, your family members, your everyone, for everyone just to join us as well. And let's start. I would appreciate if the ones who are at the back would kindly move to the front. Again, I would appreciate you people who are at the back. Please, we can upload the most important seats so we can have the event started. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have every one of you here. I'm excited that we have very good people in the house. Before anyone, I would like to apologize to you for starting this event late. Like I mentioned to you earlier, it is not in our nature, it's not in our nature. Neither is it in my nature to start anything late. I'm very free time manager, I can tell you that program is start. But unfortunately, certain things have brought us to where we are right now, and we have found ways to figure out. And I can promise you that we will leave here not later than 6 p.m. Just an hour extra added to the time that we promised you. More events in the next 6 p.m. and anything I promised you will get today. Thank you guys once more for coming here. We have our speakers who are already in the building. Some of them are around here, about 4 speakers who are already here. And we're going to start in just a few minutes. I'm going to go through the agenda just to remember what we're doing yesterday. This might continue, so I'll take it a little bit just so that we're able to go through and get you started. Hi, everyone. Please. So our event host is also running late. I think after people are very chill. People is having very short here. They don't care that people are in their houses. And someone told me that people might not get to work until 11 a.m. I was wondering how that's supposed to work. But I want to go to you guys in Lagos, anybody. If you don't mind, I won't come to you until my life works there. A lot faster than you people are having it here, but I don't know how it lasts by then. But it's really fine anyway. Uh, I'll just want to do the agenda that we have for today. I'm going to start shortly. We have a lot of things in store for you. We have food training here. We have Unilever who brought a lot of gifts for you. The gifts are not going to be shared today, by the way, because we want the gifts for you. Unilever will share by tomorrow, so you have to be here to get tomorrow just to show you. I think in that gift, we have a full shop of items just for you. Okay, from another Unilever, of course, who brought a lot of things, a lot of merch, their gifts, everything. But also be able to win football, those are the goal of football. And you also have a chance to network with top CEOs in the tech space and top CEOs in the consulting space as well. You also get to consult with and have a chance to meet people who are in the hospitality business as well. And I'm hoping that and also the leadership business as well. I'm hoping that you can take the opportunity to meet each and every one of them and exchange the cards with them and get to build a lifelong connection with them as well. But for now, I'll just want you to like just open time analysis. Perfect. Can you see that? All right, so I'll just go with what we have for today. For those of you who already know, this is how we do it in ISEC, right? We show you videos to show that you exactly what we have to do, but this is shared with you as well very soon. Just so you also have an idea what it looks like. You can put it also like an sample properly as well. We have, of course, so the one we are primarily talking about today would be around diversity and youth and the workplace. Okay, we're looking at the DI strategies and the diversity and inclusion strategy. We're going to see how we can discuss and identify it today just to make sure you are very much aware of those strategies and also are able to get a thing or more. We have panels today that you obviously would love. I'm hoping that you are going to pay attention to this and also learn one or two things that will help you moving forward in time. I will not say IT ISEC yet, if you are completely fancy ISEC, but I'm not successful yet. We have after that we have an opening introduction of guest speakers and also introduction to you speak. That may be done by the event host and blessing. If you are not here, I'll have to run to that way. I honestly want to get us started. After that, we are going to go into the survey report launch and also the program objective obtained by Samuel. Yes. Or the report that will be sent to you, just so you can look properly. Thereafter, we're going to go into a power call on youth and diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workspace. For those of you who don't know what the strategies are, you are going to love this picture and sharing it with you. And I'm certain that you can do a whole lot of things back home with different houses. Finally, that's going to be taken by the Tayo, the CEO of SIVA, he came on the from Lagos and this is very Tayo. After that, we are going to have youth in the workplace. We want to see how youth are in the workplace, how you perform in the workplace. We want to see how you live in the workplace. We want to see how you walk around the workplace. We want to see how you perform in the workplace. And we're going to be taking this because we want to teach you a few things you need to know around working with other people. And that phase will be taken by the CEO of Collaborate Consulting in terms of building quality. Instead of building quality. I don't think it's ever have to do that because he's a consultant, he's been for business for 15 years. Yeah, so it definitely will be a lot of experience sharing from him and parallel. Next page, we're going to go into the time when we get to have you meet all the guys, all the speakers we're going to be having here in the hall. We get to meet them, talk to them, and converse with them, and they get to share knowledge with you and insight with you, and also you get to meet them, share your contact, and also, they talk with them really, you and everybody here. And I will advise you to network because it's very, very important. I can't tell you how much networking has helped me, but networking definitely get stuff done for yourself. So I would advise you to take charge of that space for yourself, for your friends, and also for your future. The next page will be, we're going to go into rate and terms. It's provided by Golden Penny. Thereafter, we're going to have Dr. Light Kobe coming in to share with us his thoughts around leadership. It's going to be a keynote address by Dr. Light Kobe. Unfortunately, because of timing, Dr. Kobe was unable to move this meeting he had with the few guys. So he's going to be coming in first and the first keynote speaker will open the space for us. Okay? And we were able to move this meeting because I think that already like got tweaks with timing. Both stuff like right now we are 12 o'clock already. We're going to have it coming first, talk about leadership and people about that. Leadership of course he's an experienced guy. Yeah, and I'm very certain you will need to go. Then after we're going to have one campaign from sharing what they have. So one campaign talks about partnership there, partners for the event as well. If you look at one campaign guys, yes, they also partner for the event, and of course they're going to be sharing a lot of things with you. I hope that you're able to help us help them to achieve their goals. We're going to send a lot of petitions here for one campaign. We're going to help us boost Nigeria's economy and boost politics and every other thing. And we need to be very engaged with that stage, guys. Let's say we have experience working with young people as a young person. We have a very young CEO, his name is Richard Nojera. He's going to be here, speaking about shared experience working with young people as a young person. Okay? Yes. No, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. But the people who sound clear to you, I'll teach you how to do that once you start. Okay. But yeah, we're going to have projects that come and share his experience with us on leadership and also how he's been working with young people and how he's been adapting to what we're doing. Thereafter, we're going to have panels speak on diversity and inclusion as well as climate actions, which would help us a whole lot in define what diversity, equity, and inclusion really is and means in Nigeria, or should be in Nigeria, and what you should know about this country. Thereafter, we're going to have workshops. We're going to have workshops, of course. The workshops are going to be broken down into the different partners. Yeah, you guys don't mind, right? Okay, yes. We're going to have this panel space written by this. We're going to have the senior partner from PwC who's going to be here as well. This is PwC guys, they're also one of our partners. We're going to have Mr. David Dayo, the CEO and founder of Principal, and also the co-founder of KDEC. We're going to have also one of the panelists who is going to help us inspire this topic. We're going to have also TV. TV is the right hand of the tech about media. Give up for them. We're going to have Olasubomi as well, who's going to join us virtually. She is also with Flavius of Nigeria. Of course, the guys were already here at the Golden Pen. You know, she's going to join us virtually and going to be space with us. Please give up for them, please. We're going to have Jade, who's already here. Jade is from the living room. She's part of the facilities of Abuja here. She's part of the information we don't have here today. So please give up for Jade. I will introduce them much later. Thereafter, we have also Mr. Ope, that will be Jade's husband from Famo Academy. This will be joining us here as well. So please give it up for them. And I think that's going to be it about the panel space. After the panel space, we will walk down to the workshops. One workshop will be taken by one campaign. We have to divide it into different partners. So we have different partners who are going to take workshops here. We have one from one campaign, we have another from Tech About Media, we have another from Golden Penny, we have one from Utiva, we have also one from Unilever. So these are they're going to have a lot more details as to what this workshop will look like. And then come with to ensure that you're making the best going into the different spaces. And that will help us a whole lot as well. And I think we also, we also have one from the room, the bigger panel. I want to guys to be because we are like, so I'm going to part and he was able to see what I was made of or what I am made of to come to the States as well to give it us this afternoon. While we, of course, inviting our others to give that innovation, guys. But at the moment, I'll just go ahead and read it. The short bio that I have to read here. So, Dr. Linus Okore is a renowned leadership development coach and human capital development consultant. For over 20 years, Linus has also been known as a relentless icon in the quest for good leadership in public and corporate governance in Nigeria. His vast experience in leadership, coaching, mentoring, and advocacy across the world for over 2 decades has distinguished him as a trusted name in leadership excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, with standing ovation, please welcome Dr. Linus Okore. Please welcome him.
Thank you very much, my brother, for inviting me to share and be part of your story and your lives. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Is there anybody in this hall today that would like to make a difference? Now you say aye. Everybody wants to make a difference. Everybody wants to count. Everybody wants to be somebody. Everybody wants to be a voice. But the truth of the matter is that it's not everyone who wants to make a difference that ends up making a difference. Who can tell you the difference? Everybody wants to make a difference. Everybody wants to count. Everybody wants to be somebody. Everybody wants to leave a legacy. Everybody wants to contribute something meaningful to society. But the truth of the matter is that it's not everybody who prays, who desires to become, that ends up becoming. What is the difference? What's the missing gap? What's the missing link? Yes, somebody said action. Yeah, somebody said action, right? Before you take action, don't you think it's important to become? Don't you think it's important to go through the process of becoming? You want to become great, right? So why don't you first of all go through the process of becoming great? So when you become great, what happens in the doing part? When you become great, then you can do what? Great things. Do you see the connection? It's a process of becoming. So my next question is there anybody in this hall who's interested in becoming an outstanding leader? Let me see your eye. Just look at your neighbor and say, do you know who I am? If you know who I am today, you buy me lunch tomorrow. I wish we knew, honestly speaking. Sometimes I quietly go into events and I just sit in between, some interesting fellows. And the truth of the matter is I notice that people are so interested in looking forward that they don't look beside them. And then suddenly, the person that is just beside you, maybe you just took a note of it. Sometime 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you will hear that this person has been announced in the Ministry of the Federal Republic. And then you start running that to get his contacts. Meanwhile, you knew him when he was absolutely does not look like it. Yeah? So today, I have come in here very gently to do a couple of things to you. I want to do something to you. That when I'm done with you, that at the end of our conversation this morning, you will have no choice but to seek to become like never before. You will hunger to become. You will be so hungry to become that at the end of the day, it will stretch you. And when it stretches you, you will so much become that this country will feel your impact. Who is with me on this? I will never forget that day. I was in class 3, government secondary school, Owerri. I've been hungry to be head boy. Every day I was dreaming to be head boy of government school. I slept it, I ate it, and it was all part of me. Then one day, there was no teacher in class. The class was empty, without teacher. And then I ran out of my locker. I found myself in front of the class. And the first thing I did was I said, "Good morning, fellow students. Good afternoon, fellow students. May I announce to you this afternoon that I'll become your senior prefect. Thank you very much." Class 3. So I thought everybody was going to clap for me. The next thing that happened was everybody started laughing at me. And the laughter generated, it grew from laughter to mockery. I don't know if anybody has doing that before. You share your dream with somebody and the person says you have malaria. And while I was there, I was begging the ground to open so I can enter. The ground refused to open. It choked. I was asking myself, who sent me? But as I was in that confusion, I saw my locker from afar. Thank God for lockers. I ran back to my locker in shame. Who sent me? But as I was about putting my head on my locker, they were laughing. My mind peeped into the future, and I saw myself being decorated as head boy. It was a good feeling. It restored my sense of confidence. And I began to think, how will I accomplish this vision? And I moved on. They were still laughing. I moved on from seeing a future, and I was thinking about process, strategy. How do I get there? How many have ever thought about a big dream, the big business you want to do? Anybody here? But your worry has always been, how? How do I find the money? How do I find my team? How do I accomplish this? Oh my God, I've been thinking about this. As I was thinking about that, I moved to strategy. They were laughing. And I said to myself, when I get to senior class, which is SS1, when I get to SS1, the first strategy in my entire agenda will be to polish my standards so that they will be shining and I can see my face. Number one. Number two, I will iron my school uniform such that I can have the ghetto feeling. Sharp. Number three, I will hang around teachers' quarters so they will send you on errand. Because in politics, visibility is key. Number four, I will go to junior classes and I will ask them, I hope no senior has come to let's see here. They say, yes, senior. Remember? So I have to be one with the junior, so they have to support me. Number five, I will study so hard that in my academics, in government school, when you have 4 A's, nobody's going to give you SP. And I said I would study so hard so that at least I can make at least 4 A's. That is 5-point what? Agenda. They were still laughing. I had gone to my 5-point agenda. Now, the truth of the matter is that when I got to senior class, everything I said I was going to do in my 5-point agenda, I executed it. Some of our greatest challenge, especially when you talk about accomplishment of goals, is the fact that we promise certain things to ourselves that we're going to get them done. Is that correct? We make promises to ourselves for procrastinate or to. Execution becomes the problem, isn't it? How many of us have New Year resolution? Every year there's a resolution, but by January ending, the resolution has begun to work. It's gone. So everything I said I was going to do, I did them. I executed my goals. I didn't procrastinate any of them. Then in class 5, that day happened. The principal of the school came in with his entourage, the vice principals, all the top fellows of administration, We knew something was about to happen. They were about announcing names of prefects. The hall was filled. Everybody was dancing. We were all dancing, expectant. And then the principal came. The name of the level prefect of this great institution is one tall boy came out. I don't know why they used to give the level prefect. The name of the food prefect is those who love food follow him and celebrate. Then he stopped. He said the name of the senior prefect, the head boy of this great institution. Remember, we're over 60 years old. To be a head boy, you know what that means? They continue to give some. And the name of the school captain of upper and secondary school, where is Master Linus Corey. And they carried me on their shoulders and they began to celebrate. And I looked at their faces. The same guy who laughed at me. And my first principle in life emerged. And that is number one. My life does not depend on a third party. The responsibility of transforming me, building my business, raising myself out of poverty, the responsibility of turning things around is my responsibility. Nobody's responsibility. Not Nigeria's responsibility. It's my responsibility. When that dawned on me, it changed my entire worldview. And I began to think differently. Today, I am going to be sharing with you specific principles that will enable you to become outstanding in the 21st century. So I'm going to be sharing with you specific principles that if you can deal with them as a young person, nobody can stop you from building your business, and building the leadership structure around you so that you can matter the best you can ever matter. So the first thing I like to say is that the world is a global village. The world is a village that is interconnected. What it means is that the world is no longer far apart. Distance is dead. What it means is that as a young person sitting here, you're no longer competing with your very best among yourselves. You're no longer competing with just the locals. You are competing now with, in case if you're a law student, right here. You want to get a man, you are going to be competing with the law students that are far away in India. Law students who are where? In India. Law students who are in Singapore, who are in America. Your competition, like the business owner, your competition now is you're competing with those who run the type of business you run somewhere in the world. What it means is that you can no longer afford to be local champion. Do you know there are some people who love being local champions? What does it mean to be a local champion? How many have gone to your village before during Christmas? During Christmas, right? Some of you, during Christmas, you realize that, especially when you have saved some small money, right? Amongst your peers in the village, you can afford to buy a couple of things for them, right? And you feel like you are so everybody rallies around you, you are the main thing that has happened. But after 2 weeks, when your money is gone, what happens? You're heading out of the village. The moment you are a governor in Nigeria, while you are in Nigeria, you can claim importance. Is that not correct? But the moment you go to the street of London, what happens to you? You become what? Insignificant. It becomes insignificant. It becomes data. You are like among the numbers, except that you have done something extraordinary that brings your name in the public domain. Does that make sense? So what it means is that as you are seated here, you can be a writer, just a writer, and you write some very powerful topics, things that can inspire people, and somebody in India is following you. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you are a writer, you are in Nigeria, but you have gained significance based on the quality of what you are putting out there. What it means is that there will be no boundaries to your accomplishments. That's what it means. So what it means is that right now it's a global village. And because it's a global village, you either decide to step up your game or you continue to be local. I was only 19 years old when I set up the company I run now. I was 19. And I'm 48 now. So it's like 27 years after. As I'm talking to you today, one of the goals I decided to create for myself was to ensure that I didn't think local. Early in life, I began to look for the best in the subject of the matter that I deal with. I look for the Frank Tracy's of this world. I look for the John Maxwell's of this world. I look for the George Fraser's of this world. I look for the Dr. Miles Monroe's of this world. I wanted to benchmark them. You know what I'm talking about? These are the guys who are making waves in the world, on the world stage. And I wanted to ensure that my work will be able to speak at that level. You know what I'm talking about? I began to engage them. Sometimes I stretched myself. I brought some of them to Nigeria. When I had nothing. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have just set up the most comprehensive leadership center in the whole of West Africa. Because I chose not to be local. I chose to be international. So every year, I must go overseas to study in 3 institutions on leadership. I will save all the money I have in my pocket to go to study. I will research. How can you want to be the best and you don't have a research system? That you don't have a challenge on you, put a challenge on you to ensure that every week, at least, beyond your academic work, beyond the work that you're doing, that you are researching on something that you're passionate about, and you are reading around them, reading the best materials around them, and you are listening to the best minds around the subject area. Because if you want to be international, the fastest way to be international is to up your game. Is to do what? Up your game. First is your worldview must change. Your mental capacity must change. You must upgrade your thinking. The quality of your mind must be something different. Which means at the level where you are playing, you're not playing at the level of give me, give me. Give me, local. Anybody who is around you, and all the later the person comes into your space, the person is give me, give me, give me, give me. You know what the person is? What's the person? What's the person? Local champion. Because the level you must play in is the level I give. Eh? I do what? And you can't give what you don't have. So what it means is that you upgrade your capacity. So that when you share, you have a lot more. Right? You share an idea, there's a lot more of the idea because you have researched a lot around it. So for many years, I kept my researching. I was everything about leadership in the world. I will research. I would travel anywhere to spend money to attend, from Harvard University to any of the institutions you can imagine. I went to pay money to attend courses, to sit with them. I mean, there was a day I had to say, when I ran for governor of Imo State and I failed forward in the election. After the election, I said to myself, I am now old in terms of knowledge. I need to reinvent myself. And I had to go to London to do what? To pay £7,500 for 5 days with John Maxwell. So somebody said I was crazy. No. If you don't invest in yourself in that regard, you go school. So you go to a place where you are young, but they are discussing lots of ideas. You open your mouth, it's like dry. Water. How do I know somebody's quality? It's not how you are dressed. How you are dressed is also an enabler, right? But it's not just that, because you can spend all your money and you dress expensive, and they call you to make a contribution in the public domain, and you open your mouth. As soon as you open your mouth, everybody says, a food is here, a food is here, a food is here, a food is here. Because what you're saying does not connect to the something matter. Does that make sense at all? So what do? How do you behave when you don't know in the public domain? If you don't do anything in the public domain, don't be raising your hands. I have something to say. I have something to say. It's better keep your hand down. What do? You shake your head, like shaking your head. You shake your head, you shake your head, and everybody who looks and sees you will think, it's smart to should know what you're talking about. It's wisdom. Until you know, don't open your mouth. Because leadership flows to the one who knows. Leadership flows to the one who knows. So the first thing I expect you, if you want to be an international citizen, is to build a learning system. Is to do what? Build what? A learning system. What is a learning system? A learning system means that every day of my life, I must learn something new. Every day of my life, I must sit and listen to something new. I must ask questions. Every day of my life, I must find someone who knows something more than me and learn. And I can learn from anybody, whether somebody that is younger than me or what, older than me. I am open to learning. That's what you must have in mind. Openness to learning. Be fresh all the time. Fresh all the time. Fresh all the time. That's number one. Number two, you must be a thinker. You must be what? A thinker. How many of you know the difference between thinking and worrying? What's the difference between thinking and worrying? When you think you are gaining a lot of weight, it's possible that you start worrying. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, for somebody who is a thinker, what does a thinker do? A thinker does what? No, first thing a thinker does is the thinker will ask, why am I getting fatter? And you write reason one, I eat too much. Number one. Number two, I eat at 9 p.m. in night. That's what I swallow. Number three, right? I eat a lot of unnecessaries. Right? And then the other one, it could be gym. You see? You are asking the right question. When you start asking those questions, you will get to the solution. And then you can start doing something to turn your destiny around in that sense. Does that make sense? Now, if your classmates don't like you, or people don't generally like you, you meet people that don't just like you. How many of you know that people worry for people don't like it? Some people even are depressed. Some people suffer depression because people don't just what? Like them. Yeah, I know people who just nobody likes me. It's an issue. So instead of worrying that people do not like you, right? Instead of worrying that people don't like you, why don't you think? Why doesn't he like me? Or why is it I'm not liked? Number one, I talk too much. Yeah? Number two, I'm forcing myself on people. Number three, I don't give up what I have. Anything that I have is simply what? Come back to myself. I don't care about people. Right? So, by the time of I am arrogant, you see, four, you're speaking truth to yourself by asking what? Then you ask others, those who don't like you. Say they go around, why don't you like me? By the time you think through this subject matter, after a few couple of hours, you come up with a solution. Does that make sense? That is thinking. It's called thinking. Worrying is not thinking. You can worry and nothing changes. Now we look at Nigeria. We're asking myself, how many are worried about the future of this country? We are worried about Nigeria. So people don't care actually. They are passing. So people are past the stage of worry about Nigeria. So people they don't care. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So why don't I care about this? Is anybody in that position here? You don't care at all. Is anybody here? Anybody? You don't care. So tell me, why don't you care? One. So you are thinking too much. The cup is full. Good. Good. But you're in Nigeria. Do you have any other country? So you see questions you ask yourself. Do you have any other country? Great. Your inaction about Nigeria, have you changed anything? You see? Why is it that when you fail as an individual, you have the right to revenge yourself? A nation fails, you don't have the right to revenge the nation that failed. You see? You can start thinking that way. And when you start thinking that way, you say enough is what? Enough. And then I must do something concerning what? So that's why you have more people registering to vote now. Is that correct? Yeah. People are saying, you know what? Enough is what? Yeah. We have to do something what? This new generation must think what? Differently. And our staying out of not voting has not helped us. It gives them power to do what? To rig the election, because if many people do not register, there is empty space for them to rig. You see? But if you have more people who are registering, guess what? They won't find space to do all the rigging. That's the secret. You see how your mindset can change. Because if you do not do anything about it, this country will mess up. And when it is messed up, whether you like it or not, if you like, go to America, go to Canada, go to anywhere in the world. There's going to be a day when you come back to this country. And when you come back, if you have not fixed it, as you are at the airport, good Lord, you see smooth skin. You say this one is skin fresh. You say let me pick this one from the airport. You see the danger. So if you better stay in Canada, don't come back. But do you know how you can fix a country too? Another way you can fix a country is like, I must create a business if I'm a business entrepreneur. And that business, I must make sure it succeeds in this country. I must become the best of professional in what I do, so that if I succeed in that, I can save this country. See the difference? So your personal success can be a journey of many dreams. Working. When many dreams are working, a country can work when many dreams are working. Like if you say, I will depend on my parents, I'll depend on them. You won't work on yourself, you won't grow yourself, you won't research, you won't make anything different. At the end of the day, there's going to be a time in this country when if your parents send you to an institution, they will throw it out, because only quality and the right set of people will take positions in this country. Who agrees with me? Good. So, thinking is critical. The third one, as I begin to round my thoughts, third one is you must have capacity to envision something. That's the capacity to do what? What is the meaning of envisioning something? So let's say, all of you close your eyes here. Now close your eyes. In the next couple of seconds, I want you to look into 5 years, 10 years. What have you become? What have you seen yourself become? In 10 years. Anybody clear something clear? This is what you see that you have become in 10 years. 10 years has come and you have become that thing. Anybody? What have you become? Anybody? You've seen what you have become. What have you become? Did you get that? This lady has owned her own what? Transport company. Which means she owns a company that has many vehicles. Both luxury, both local, both, you see, you have to pay me now. I'm consulting for you. So she has seen that. So she must represent that on paper. And she must think futuristic for that to be able to happen. So she now goes backward with that dream. And then begins to implement it with the small goals until she reaches it. Everybody has a right to envision something. So what's your vision? If a man does have a purpose for making up, sleeping becomes interesting. So it is vision that you throw up that stretches you. that makes you go sleepless nights because you are thinking, you're planning, you're trying to, create the possibility of the dream coming true. Dreams come true in my experience. My father had 9 of us. My mother literally took care of 9 of us. My father died when I was in class 3. Right? My mom was struggling to take care of 9 children. Some of you are privileged, very privileged people. But a young man, all I had was the vision. I wanted to be great. I wanted to be somebody. I wanted to create something that Nigeria will be blessed by. Guess what? No money in my pockets. Nothing. All I had was what? Vision. No property in my name. All I had was what? Vision. Nothing. And the vision drove me to a point where, when I finished secondary school, you know what I did? I went to the directory, all boys directory, those who went through our school, and I began to look for very successful ones and saw their numbers. And I had to go and call people I have never met before. Call them up. My name is this. I just finished as school captain of government secondary school. Can I come and stay with your family for a couple of days and share my vision for the future? No. Several of them said, get out. And some said, come. Out of the different numbers of people I called, I had 5 families who said yes to me. And those were the families that became useful. Some paid my school fees. Some gave me open library, free library to read. Some put me in their boys' quarters during holiday. I'll come and enjoy it. Some good food. Right? Some gave me all manner. Today, one of those families, one of them, my wife, the younger brother, is married to one of the children of those families. And who set it up? Me. Do you understand? It has become a win-win. What does it mean? Today, some of those people that were with me, they are so proud of me today. Right? Today, that you now know that if you want to accomplish your dream, you don't stay in your house, one place, and cry. You gotta get out. Get out! And put your idea together and find somebody who is going to go and help you accomplish it. There are partners all over in this country. There are partners all over in the world system. There are partners that you have never seen today, but if your vision works, they will appear. It's not money you need. What you need first is the vision. Right? And it's clear. And then you build a partnership around it. And then you begin to sell it. You begin to make the calls. Some of you are afraid to reach out to somebody to talk to them about your dream. How do you become great in the 21st century? One of the biggest things is your network. You know the network means? Go for networking events. As young as you are, you dress up and you bring complimentary cards. Even if you that complimentary card, there's nothing in it. You know what I did? I conclude with this story. I was doing my USF National Assembly Abuja. They announced to Nigeria that there was an economic summit, Nigeria Economic Summit, organized by NSG. And when I heard about it, they said the price was 120,000. I was a core member. Where did the son of man get 120,000 naira? The first thing I did was research. Who is this? Who are the stakeholders of this program? I found out the chairman. There will be a transport at so time. So I went and cleaned up one of my coat or suit. I don't know whether it's coat or suit. But I made sure that I was looking really nice. I carried my portmanteau to show seriousness. I had printed complimentary card, President, Guardians of the Nation International Company. I went to transport duty. They were already registering people, delegates. and I met the chairman of the conference. I said, sir, my name is Linus Okorie, but I would like to be your personal assistant throughout the process of this conference. The man looked at me and said, I already have a personal assistant. I said, sir, you don't understand. My type of personal assistant is conference assistant and a specialist in providing support for CEOs and top people on when they are organizing conferences. The guy looked at me. I said, come. Give him a waiver. They gave me a waiver and they gave me a tag. Really good. I thought he carried his bag, one of his bag, gave to me. He said, one star scan. So I had my portmanteau, I had his phone, so I had two portmanteaus in my suit. I walked into the Congress hall with it. As I got into the Congress hall, the man collected his bag from me. My friend, one enjoy, said, I don't know what you want. Now I'm doing it. So I did like this. I looked around. I've been researching all people. I've been watching TV. So I saw the end of the paper. I read that. Nigeria Economic Summit is usually a summit of very senior government officials and very senior private sector players. I saw the end of. First, I walked up with my CEO card. Said, excuse me, sir, my name is Linus Okorie. By the way, I watched you on TV. You said this, you said that, you said that. He said, really? That was fantastic point. And this is my card, sir. And took the card. Two CEOs exchanging cards. Wow. The only difference is that one is what? It's ahead. The other one is upcoming. Some of you sit there, you are upcoming. Yes. As I'm talking to you now, I said, United Nations is a gathering for everybody. US is a member. Togo is a member. They are all one vote each. After I'm a delegate, I began to perform. Do you know I took over 200 business cards? Today, that chairman who actually gave me the opportunity is the chairman of the leadership center now. Most of those guys I met in that place, many of them were useful in my future works and plans. I saw one of them in transport a few days ago, and the two of us were sitting on the table apart discussing important national issues. So what does it mean? What it means is that you think it's just about you, it's not about you. What you want to accomplish can transform this country. What you can create can transform this country. The business you're building can make a difference in this country. That value you're bringing to the marketplace is not going to understand anything about how handsome or how beautiful you are. In fact, the marketplace does not understand whether you have 6 packs. 6 packs, not understood in the marketplace. If you're doing 5 boy. Not the 5 boy. 5 boy in the marketplace is not understood. Not the 5 year. In the marketplace, it's not like that. In the marketplace, it's value. Once you come into the marketplace with sustainable value over time, people will exchange the value for resources. My question to you today is how many of you are ready to bring value in the marketplace? Can I see your hand? Can you raise your faith? And can you repeat after me? Say, mention your name. I choose to be a global leader. I choose to be a global voice. So I make up my mind. I am no longer a local champion. Even if I'm in class, I will be best. Even if I'm in school, I will be best. If I own a business, I will bring value to that business. I am not small. I'm quality. The world is waiting to see me manifest as I come with my value. So help me God. Thank you very much. And any one of you that so you can You just go to Live Tutorial on Instagram and follow and ask the best question that you can ask and continue and you can take it from there. But I bet you that you're not going to see. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Where are the photographers? I hope that was very nice. By the way, we have our host here. It's already here, so I won't be standing in front of you any longer. But can you take us pictures before we go so we can go? See? Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for that very great keynote. We appreciate that. And we hope to have you pick our calls whenever I call again. But I definitely will call you again. There's a lot of time. Thank you so much for that very interesting keynote. I hope we all learned a thing or two from that, and I hope we are all hoping to become international champions and more local champions. Moving from where you are right now to where you need to be, and helping yourselves in growth in the growth process as well. Thank you so much, Dr. Linus, for your time once again. Moving on, by the way, if you have questions, you can always keep them, you can write them down. We're definitely going to come back to those. If you don't have any to answer the question, we're going to take it to his office and he will answer them for me and I will send it to you. I can promise you that. I'm a delivery guy and I can deliver for you anytime, okay? Not your regular delivery guy, but I can be your delivery guy. Here I say, let me explain this to you. Let me explain. I am a country director for YSF in Nigeria. I've been here for a very long time. And whenever I go out, I cannot take the ISF out of my mouth. Because that's how I grew up here in ISF. So it's a tradition for us to have people respond to stimulus whenever we say hey ISF, people say what's up. For those who find it strange here, I want to induct you to that very interesting tradition. So if you don't mind, help me scream what's up when I say hey ISF. Hey ISF. Look, I want everybody, you didn't need to line everybody. And I also want to speak as well. Everybody would say what's up, right? So may I say? What's up? May I say? What's up? So when I say how are you feeling, you say excellent. We're going to stop it there.
Let's take it further.
Stop it there, okay? May I say? What's up? How are you feeling?
Take it further.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to invite, of course, the host to this. I don't want to stay longer so that I'm able to release and say hello and then take pictures with the doctor so you can leave for that very important meeting. So I'll go inviting a very important person here. It's an alumnus of ISEC in Nigeria, ISEC in Abuja. I met him in 2018 when I came to Abuja for a national conference. And since then, we have been very close pals, and he has helped me a lot, and I've helped him a lot as well. We help each other. He's a great guy. You may have heard of him before. If you haven't heard of him, you're going to hear about him today. He does magic with his mouth. So be careful. Yes, he does.
Wow.
Okay. Let's come back here. Let's come back here.
Nice one.
This Gen Z, you guys are something else. How did you twist that?
With the mouth.
How did you twist that?
With the
Anyways, he's a great guy. He does magic with his mouth. Yes, he does. And
How do you
if
know?
you're not careful, it's going to blow you away.
Nice one. Nice one. Nice one. Carry on.
Anyway, give it up for two blind.
She doesn't say anything.
What's up?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zachary Emmanuel Kalma, but my friends call me Supervisor Zachary. I'm a spoken word artist, a poet and a writer, advocate for the girl child, brand influencer. It's either that things I don't know what to say. And I am a proud YSF too. Hey YSF! It's an honor and privilege to see you now. I've been following you from, I think, way back 2017. I met you through Richardson Ojeka, found out Africado. I think that conference we all gathered as students from University of Abuja then. And I remember you were part of the speakers alongside Antidayo. I'm trying to remember other people that were there, and it was really an impactful one. So I don't know, are you still running for? Are you still running for? Nobody knows the story for you. Nobody knows. Speaking to a. Since you guys don't know the story yet.
No, tell us.
Alright, I'll save the story for the person that wants to tell us the story. I'm sorry, in order not to encroach on our time, for time is not a gentleman. Allow us to move forward with the agenda of the program. But I know there should be a group photograph, right? Am I right? Sir, I don't know, I think we should do it from here so we could have everybody. Would that be great? Please let's have a picture from here so everybody gets to fit into the picture. And we need to do it in the crazy way, the YSF way. I beg, who could put the ginger inside it? Thank you very much, sir. You don't get to see people like this move around though. So when they move around, you guys should stand up. Like my video, that. You guys should stand up. Why you guys?
Our legacy, a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear, a generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming, a generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy, a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear, a generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming, a generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy, a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear, a generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming, a generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see.
They call me to be to the S to pleasant and not if the right way, but not the right way, but just for corner, I just go in the right. I'm looking for the outside management as So wait, so that is how I'm going to keep my Bitcoin like that anymore. Very easy, I got someone. She's a rapper.
My name is Titi
Step. What's our attempt again? What's our attempt again?
Hi, my name is Julia. Hamza Kaka. I'm Hamza Kaka. I'm a business student. Lots of students.
That's cool. We want to try. Briefly before moving to the next section. Who wants to try? Good guy for this room. Have fun. I did this up now. Let's do this quickly before moving to the next section. Look your own name, any name.
I said. My name is ICB to the gate to home. The company to home, black man, to home. Peace.
Hey, DJ, any DJ. Who wants to try again? Last week, coming home. Who wants to try again? No step. Who wants to try again? Who wants to try again? Now I make this one now. Okay. What's that? I mean, I'm going to raise up my hand.
Hey, I said. What's up? My name is Tita. They call me Naya. I'm nice and kind of.
Give her a round of applause. Okay, most times you don't really get to do this in conferences or at seminars. But I want to ask here, sincerely, you know the next person seated next to you? The next person seated next to you, yeah? Sorry, what's that name? Can you say yes? I don't want to ask scam. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this junction of the event, I don't know if the next speaker is ready. Without further ado, allow us to move on to the next section. We have Eyitayo Omola from the Tiba, who will be giving us the next speaker. I said, can you guys let's I didn't get to enjoy this because I'm proud of all the crowd. I think it's really a privilege to be here with you. Who's excited to be here? Who is tired? Who is hungry? I'm interested. See, that's the guy hungry. Who wants to leave? Did anyone travel out of Abuja to be for this event? Anybody? I'm interested. You're welcome to Abuja. Okay, so I don't have a lot of time because I understand that we have so much to do, and I'm also getting older. You know, in those days I used to talk a lot, but these days I just don't have that energy to talk so much. So I'm going to spend like 15 minutes. Can I have a volunteer to be a timekeeper? And I need another, God bless you. And I need one that's walking. Good. And I need one more person that's going to volunteer to help me move the mic around. So I want to ask a few questions. Brilliant, that lady. Now my first question is this: who do you think makes a better leader, women or men? No random talk. If you're interested, you want to tell me who do you think makes a better leader, male, female, just raise up your hand. Let me see you and then you have one. Good. Anyone? There's a you want to go?
I just want you see, this is the reality. You guys are high seekers, right? From what I understand about being an high seeker, you must have been a part of different activities, right? And you've worked with folks, you've worked with men, you've worked with women, you've worked with boys and girls. From your experience, who do you think made better leaders? Men or women? Help me move the stuff around. Thank you. And feel free to share. Feel free to share. Feel free.
Both.
Okay.
Both men and women.
Tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me.
It's based on their character. If they have good character, they are good to go. But if the character is bad, then there's nothing about that.
What's your name?
They say Justina.
Just I'll call Justina. What do you do?
Okay. I'm still serving, but while I'm serving, I invested some money into acquiring, which I hope will become service. I'm going to make money from it. And as a chemist, I don't just produce products, I produce my own products from my own knowledge.
Okay. So let's do this way. Justina, right? No, I'm not done with it. From your experience, right? You've worked with men and you've worked with women. Have you? Boys and girls. Who do you think makes better leaders from the people you have worked with?
But to me,
Justina for president. She's quite very diplomatic. Let's go to this other lady. This other lady. Then I'll take like 3 more and then we'll do other questions. Other things we have so much to do.
Okay, so I've worked with both males and females, and personally, I think women do excellent job. Not because I'm a woman, but in terms of things done, I'm not distracted. Women get it done like easily. Men have so many things that occupy their minds, being a man alone is occupying. But as a woman, we're really used to catering for people, taking care of children. So, being a leader is no problem. Yeah, so to me, it's better.
Even those that don't take care of children. But men, you are agree, you are very busy serving breakfast, so
yeah,
we agree, right? Good. I like that. By the way, I Utiba. I don't know if any of you know Utiba. I was fortunate to start the company, and almost 85% of the guys on my team are women. So I totally agree with. I won't use the word agree. I totally understand from our perspective. What's her name again? Shekina. Oh, interested. Shekina. The women are very good executors. Men get distracted. Maybe she's right or not. We will learn. We all get to learn, right? Okay. Any other person? Let's take one more person. Let's take a gentleman. Bless you, sir. One more person. There are so many questions to answer. So many.
Men think more critically more than women.
That's another way to think about it. Why do you think men think more critically?
Why? Because men have to
Do you agree? Do you agree that it's not easy to be a man? But you don't agree. Women, we agree with you now. Here I said, I thought they said women are not distracted. Where is the distraction coming from? We agreed that women are good executors. Do you agree that men also are good critical thinkers? What's ever heard that men think logically, women think emotionally? Have you ever heard of that? How true is that? Let me say here. Do you agree? I mean, I don't know, but I'm just trying. I heard someone say that to me that men are logical thinkers, women are emotional thinkers. How true is that? Okay, if you agree, say hi. If you disagree, say nay. If I have it. Want to say something? Yeah, take it.
for example, there's a bank. There's a young bank, yeah? And as a guy, he hits the bank, but then he's like, there's this to do, there's she thinking that okay, if I give this money, it may spread. I'm not saying this is like a common example. She may not be thinking that okay, if I don't use this money now, like, it can still serve me to like maybe 2 months or 2 weeks, whatever. And then maybe later, when I have extreme surplus or whatever, I can now get this bag. But she's thinking the bag is cute, the bag will suit this wedding that I want to go for, or this conference, this clothes that I bought needs a bag that goes with it. So she buys the bag. The guy thinks, for example, I'll use my dad as personal example. If you wear one dress every Sunday to church for the next 6 months, my father will not notice. That's how men are. You just if you no, I'm just saying. But then if you tell my dad, oh, that is you it's like it's not like open how many days ago. And how many days ago? This is July or June. My father how many days ago in December last year. Do you get? Because he feels like clothes and stuff you can wear and wear. But a woman is like, I want you for 2 months. Everybody asking me, if I'm not wearing it again. Do you get? It's an emotional, women they feel more emotional emotions than guys will do. Guys just look at it and feel if it still has 2% of purpose, then you should keep doing what's doing, they're not spending money on it.
Okay, that's another perspective. Let me ask you another question. How many of you agree that women are more caring than men? How many of you agree? Okay, let me retweak. No, I'm not retweaking. Let me retweak the question. How many of you agree that when a woman cares about something, she cares genuinely about the thing? How many of you agree with that? Okay. The boys are giving up. And you're not even here again. Guys, do you agree?
Yeah.
How many of you agree that when a man genuinely cares about something, it's difficult to know if she actually cares?
Yes. Very correct.
Okay. Interesting. Now let me take that back. Let me take that back a little bit now. This is where it becomes a little bit interesting. And I want you guys to carefully follow me with this maybe narrative that I'm building here. So let's say that we have a gentleman. Man, I easily distracted, that's true. And a gentlewoman. Lady and a guy. How many of you here agree that if she cares about something, she demonstrates it, emotionally, and it's difficult for you to understand why she cares? How many of you agree? Okay, that's most people are listening to me. Do you have a boyfriend? Okay. Have you had some of your friends struggle with why you really like that guy? Is that true? Do you have friends that struggle to understand why you like your babe? You don't even have one. You have 2, 3 guys. You don't have 4. Wow. Now, this is one of the things that we found in the United States. This is not in Nigeria. I mean, it's so difficult to gather data in Nigeria. But you can always think about it this way. If it happens in the US, if it happens in China, if it happens in India, if it happens in Indonesia, it's pretty much going to happen in Nigeria because these are world economies by population. Now, only 4% of Fortune 500 chief executives are women. Only 4%. And that means that in the entire United States, 25 Fortune 500 are women. We care so much. We are never distracted. We execute a lot. And you know that women really execute well, right? Especially when you have meetings in ISEC, you would have seen the ladies that would have arrived early, and then the guys are just coming in late, right? Yeah, you see that a lot. Even in my office, when I just drop it in the WhatsApp group, can we quickly have a meeting? You will see all the ladies are seated, and then the guys are just coming in. But it's not a deficiency. It doesn't necessarily mean that the men are better than the women. The women are better. I don't want to sound very feministic. Understanding that women will never be men will never be women. We are two different individuals, but women can be better than men can be better than women. Just like what Dr. Lino says, it's about execution, and it's about becoming. But what we find interesting is this, and many of you will find this exciting as you journey in your career. Remembering that you are all in this room very, very, very fortunate. I can tell you that for free. Because on my team, I think I used to have 4 ISECers. ISECers always do well. In fact, one of them, okay. I've inspired you guys to aspire. ISECers always do well. I mean, one of them just left our company. If you check our Facebook, our Instagram page, you'll see how much we celebrated in Dino. He just joined the competitor like 3 times the salary we're paying him. I feel embarrassed, but what it is. You know, ISECers always do well, really, really do well. So I can really bet my money, not my life, I can bet my money on the fact that more than 2/3 of those that are in this room in the next 3 years will not be in this country again. Not because Nigeria is bad, but because you are just wired to be uncomfortable. You know, you want to travel around the world, you want to explore the world. Am I correct?
Yeah.
What's your dream country? Your dream? Are you an ISECer? Oh, are you an ISECer? Are you an ISECer? How interesting. Where are the ISECers then? I was almost giving up. You know, I'm not saying that those that are non-ISECers are better than ISECers, or ISECers are not better than ISECers, but what I'm just saying is that you can always bet that someone who goes to ISEC has been refined. Yeah. So many of you will be traveling around the world, and as you travel around the world, you will experience this first problem that is called culture. Culture what? Shock. Now the problem with culture shock is that if you are not really careful, it can make you or it can mar you. And that's where the first conversation starts. My first travel, unlike many of you, was 5 years after I left the university. For some of you, it's going to be the year you graduated. For me, it was 5 years after I left the university. It was my first travel to the US for 1 year. And I experienced my first culture shock. That was when I realized that from home, that when a man is talking, women keep quiet. You know, I was coming from that very dogmatic, dumb mentality. Graduated from the University of London, so you can understand where I was coming from. You understand? That when a man is talking, women would have to wait. So when I resumed the office, and my boss was talking, who was the man, and the woman interrupted him, he kept quiet for the woman to talk. And the man like, okay. This is interesting. You know, this is interesting. And it dawned on me that unlike the way I used to think about, you know, diversity and inclusion being tilted towards men, you know, that in reality, the world is being dominated by women. That in reality. So I got into some places, I saw that women were really taking charge, they were leading. But unfortunately, what I saw was that at the leadership position, and that's why I'm just here for the women, really. You know, at the leadership position, women usually struggle to get there to the when there's something we call the peak of the career. You know, men do well at that top, women do well at this point. And I started to ask myself, what is going on? So when I did my master's in the UK, one of the studies that I did was the labyrinth of women. To understand how come women, with all the execution and all the capacity that you have, as you move on your career, you get to a point that it looks like you were a better person, you know, at the beginning. But when you got to the point where they have to choose the final leader, at the last point, they usually choose who? Men. Why? What do you call the final head of ISEC? LCP. Right? Yeah. LCP. LCPAI. Okay, whatever it's called. Is he a man or a woman? Is it a woman for a long time? Oh,
No. Last year was gay. Non-binary. Was gay. Last year was non-binary.
Now, the interesting thing that I find very exciting is there are 3 things women can do. My check. Yeah, I said, there are three things women can do to up their game as they move on with their lives. And if you really want to get to the top of your career, number one is this: you need to learn to own your successes. Or most women don't. You need to feel comfortable with people that you are the one in charge. You don't have to consider it robbery to be equal to a man. You need to feel comfortable, and I know it's very tough, especially if it's a male-dominated environment like technology, but you need to feel comfortable to tell people that you actually worked on that deal and you closed it. And it happens in my office. Two different people, a lady and a guy. The lady will close the deal. The guy will be the one to bring it to me and say, Tyler, we just got a new deal we just got a new deal from finance. And then we'll gist about it as man to man. And we'll now have to send the invoice. And when the money comes, we'll gist about it as man to man. And what happens with women coming into the room and feeling comfortable gisting with men? And holding it saying, I worked on that deal. I worked on that deal. Number two is this: when men blackmail you for being too emotional, you also need to blackmail them for being too overthinking. Because don't let anyone rob you of how you are wired. If you are emotional about a subject, be emotional about it. It's not bad to be emotional about something. I mean, if someone does not know how to express his or her emotion, how is that supposed to be your headache? So I have a lady in my office who works with me. When we argue about something, I say, can you listen? Her eyes go red. And it looks like she wants to cry. And then the guys are like, "But I'm too soon now. I'm going to cry about this thing." But then, since when has water coming from the tearing gland become a problem? I mean, when you were raising your voice as a man, your voice going higher, nobody complained. When water is coming out from someone's eyes is a problem. I'm not saying that men blackmail women for being emotional, but men also need to be very empathetic to understand that sometimes when a woman shows a lot of emotions, it's not a deficiency. It can actually be a value in disguise. Because when someone is emotionally attached to something, you can guarantee that the person will go extra mile. That is why in my office, women always come when we say don't come. Because when they are very attached to that project, they show up every time. And then the man will say, I started my car in the morning and the car is not moving. Or the woman will say, I took Uber. Because men just feel extremely big. The third one, which I think is the most important thing, is the power of storytelling. You see, this is one message I want to drop with you before you leave. The life of being a woman is a very, very interesting one. I don't want to use the word tough. Because 4 times every month, you are emotionally imbalanced. Sometimes it goes beyond 4 times, right? Now, in your career, you now start to, you get married. You have to leave your father's house that you've lived for how many years? For 25 years. You have to pack and go stay with another man. And then you don't know what you're going to meet in that man's house, unfortunately. And then you have to get pregnant. And as you get pregnant, you have to raise kids. And your body begins to change. For me, my body is going to be like this for a long time. Nothing changes my body unless I eat extra. Or if I follow this guy to the gym and I gym. But for you, I can guarantee that your tummy will probably go a little bit flatter and grow bigger. And then you don't know how you're going to respond to pregnancy, you're going to get fatter. You don't know. but I can guarantee. That's the way the major problem is for many women as they move along their career. Because you experience all those difficulties, psychologically you now start to become challenged and you start to see yourself as who you were not. Now, I have the bad news for you. That is going to happen. That's the bad news. Unless you choose not to get married and you choose not to raise children. But unfortunately, you can't choose because you have parents at home that already have kids. When, right? But the good news is that the world does not care about all this body that is changing. The world doesn't care about all these things. Remember what Lionel said, right? It's about your capacity mentally. So you need to be ready to negotiate hard to work remotely. Do you understand what I'm saying? You need to be ready to negotiate to work remotely. You need to be able to negotiate to take some time off. Like in my office, some women just put themselves together and then they say, they want to take 4 days off every month. They call it that point is signed for you too. For women to take off when they're having their menstrual flow. What did you call it? What's the name of that policy? Period week. Unfortunately, if you wait for men to implement these things for you, we don't understand what you're going through. So if you really want to achieve gender balance, you want to achieve gender equality, you want to achieve inclusion at the workplace, who needs to be at the forefront of that conversation? Women. So many women are waiting for us to do these things for you. There's no way on earth, no matter how empathetic I am, that I will understand what it means for blood to come out of your body every month. There's no way. There's no way. I can't understand it. Do you think I can comprehend it? I can't. So if I cannot comprehend it, who needs to work with me and sometimes persuade me and sometimes force me to understand that thing? Who? It's like these women are sleeping. Who needs to do it? Women need to do it. And that's where the power of storytelling is coming from. Because over 191 billion, I was just reading about it, 191 billion was lost last year. Dollars was not naira. We are used to naira being lost. But $191 billion was lost last year because we did not achieve gender inclusion in the workplace. It means that 4 days that you could have given a woman to go off and sleep and rest at home, you forced her to come to the office and then she was not productive. And then she was owning your internet. And then she was going to the toilet every time. And then she was coming out, stretching. And then she was putting her head on the table. And yet you were still. We took 1 day off for God. Sunday, Sunday. Did we not take 1 day extra to start our house at home? And they gave it start your day. We took it, yes. We take days off. Don't make taking days off a crime. When you now come to a woman saying, I'm not emotionally stable, I'm bleeding these 4 days, you now start to change your face. Like, we can do it. Now, in another state in Nigeria, I hope you know that there's another 1 day that they take off on Fridays. They don't work. Kaduna, right? As the economy crashed. Is that how you think? Hello, guys. You think 4 days in a month will kill the company? Including myself, it will not. Now, final thing I'm living with. How do you think we need to treat people who are disabled? Do you know that in reality, many of us have got disabilities? Do you know? In fact, 1 out of 5 people are disabled. We think it is that person that's using crutches or wheelchair. No, it's not just them. Many of us have got disabilities, right? That we don't talk about. How should we treat people who've got disabilities? 2 things I usually recommend. Number one is that we need to understand that disability does not affect productivity.
Yes, sir.
You know, that you don't have, one hand. In fact, I have learned that people who do not have eyes develop better olfactory loops, right?
Yeah.
I've learned that people who cannot hear develop very strong, talk. So we need to agree that someone has a disability does not mean that that individual cannot be productive at work. So everyone in this room that are leaders, you need to start to advocate for people with disability, because every time you give someone with disability an opportunity, they want to prove themselves more that they can do the job. And because they want to prove themselves more that they can do the job, it looks like you have two persons doing a job than one person. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
See, if I give this young woman a job to do, she will give me the MVP. But if you give someone with disability a work to do, he would want to go extra mile. And you know why the person wants to go extra mile? Because he or she wants to prove that the person has disability, that, oh, I can do it. And final thing I want to mention in terms of disability is this: don't give someone with disability an excuse for not performing. Don't. They are explained. And I see that often. Someone with disability is walking into the room. And everybody now changes. Starts like, don't. They are normal people. In fact, when you think they can pass, they probably can do it better than you.
Yes.
Because they've managed it, they've done it multiple and developed the capacity. I'm not saying you should not be supportive. But when someone with disability say, I can't send an email today, don't in your mind excuse the person. No, that's not the way to treat human. You need to question and say, why am I not getting my deliverable? Why? Because in your mind, you're already thinking that the reason the person is not doing it is because of that disability. And I'm telling you that it is not, because they can actually deliver unless the person tells you himself that, oh, I need to see my, I just feel a little bit tired. And who doesn't get tired? Who doesn't get tired? Hands in the air. We all do, right? No hands. So it has nothing really to do with disability. It's just the human nature to always get tired. Now, so that it doesn't look like I don't talk about men, we don't talk about, and this is a very global conversation going on. How many more minutes do I have? Timekeeper has abandoned me. Do I start like 3 more minutes? 3 more minutes. Good, thank you. Now, there's a global conversation going on that I think women need to hear. Who do you think experience mental stress more? Women or men? Yeah. But why? Why do you think men experience mental stress? Why? Men don't naturally share problems. The narrative, thank you for abandoning me. You also abandoned. Why do I feel lonely here? Yeah, I said, what's up? Help me help them. I want to hear a perspective. Yeah, you can say it.
So, I personally think about thing as well to look at men in a particular way, like men, they're not supposed to cry, but maybe say that they're not supposed to show they're meant to be macho and all that, just so I think that's what stepping.
What is it?
Stepping.
Good. So when you see a woman at the office bow her head, you naturally just want to go to her and say, hey, babe, what's going on? Are you okay? When you see a man bow her head, like, you let no small office. Right? Good. I was just telling some of my staff last 2 weeks that the last time someone gave me a birthday gift was like 5 years ago. Because people just naturally think, okay, what would I buy for you? And my staff also do that nonsense. They buy what would I buy for me? So I said this year, my birthday's next year, I'm going to promise card. Then you Gen Z. You know what promise card is?
Yes, boss.
I was just around to think of maybe my generation is too far from yours. Yes, my generation, I'm 33. How old are you? See, I'm a boy here. That's how I'm going to do a promise card. So that I can use the things I need. Sneakers, handkerchief, mug, and I won't go too extreme. I'm not asking you to buy me a car. The things you can buy. Now, one reason men experience mental stress a lot more than women is certainly because of the narrative that we have built over the time. Men need to be machos, men need to be men. They will even tell you when you were young. I say, boys don't cry, right? They tell me all those things. Now, this is a relationship between men and women. So women also need to understand that men really go through a lot. Now, you will be saving a man from a potential suicide if you can only do one thing: listen. That's all. And you don't have an idea. You don't have an idea how many men at work are really going through depression. I was having a conversation with one of my friends about cheating. And then the girl was like, men cheat because they are irresponsible. I said, well, you can list all your points, A to Z, but one of the Z is that men cheat because they're looking for another person who can just listen. I said, put that Z there. And I agree with all the other points. Oh, men, we are irresponsible. You know how women can be when you're talking about men? You know how women can be when you're talking about men? Like, the woman talking about a man, and the woman gets emotional about us. I don't like how women. My friend was like, it's because you are just irresponsible. I said, I agree. It's because, and then he gave me A to Z. I said, have that Z there. Because many men are lonely. Now, see their facial expressions here. They still don't agree. They still disagree with that reality. That many men actually are lonely. And many men go through a lot. So, when you're working with men, what's the first thing you need to do? How many of you commit to listening here? Without me, snap here. You commit to listening. Good. The second thing you can do to help another man, we've talked about how we can help women, right? Second thing you can do to help another man is to ask, how are you? And when the man says, I'm fine, don't just walk away, you can probe further. Because what's your family doing? Have you had something to eat? And it's okay to ask. And the third one is the most difficult one. And this one I'm going to say it, I'll drop my mic, I won't look back. I know many of you will find it very offensive, but I will say it. It's okay to ask a man on a date.
Let them know.
Yeah, I said,
What's up?
and please, this is where I can show you mine. Because you agree to the first one, no. Now you are disagreeing, I know you're going to disagree. When you ask a man for a date, he can pay.
But they don't.
Do they always pay?
No. They'll put it on status.
It's okay.
Hello.
It's okay. Honestly, it's okay. It's okay for a woman to say, it's okay for a woman to say, hey, I don't mean anything. And men just also get out of their head. It's okay for a woman to say, what's your name again? I think guess it's Praise. She said, Praise. Hey, I'm free on Saturday to eat. Maybe you need to watch how you say it. Not Praise, can we go out? Because that might mean Praise, can we? It might be Praise, you want to grab something to eat on Saturday? I'm free. I'm just looking. Is that what? Yeah, I'm looking for someone who can. No, not Praise. You want to go and watch Netflix and chill? No. Because praise everything else. Stop saying Netflix and chill. It's Praise. Oh, Praise. You want to grab coffee? Praise. You want to get something to eat? Women need to understand that men at work also go through a lot. And they experience so many mental stress. And whatever the reason is, I think that we can reduce that stigma by just showing a little bit of love, by asking a man, how are you doing? and most importantly, by asking a man also, hey, do you want to grab something to it? So I want you to do a little bit of an exercise. Can you find a man or a young man quickly and say you want to grab something to it? Quickly, guys. I can come down next time. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a good day.
This lady's broke.
Wow, 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 wow. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for him one more time. Wow. Wow. Sir, you absolutely won my respect. As a proud feminist that I am, yes, I would say you absolutely won my respect. And from the whole of my being, I'm saying thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I said I'm presenting the round of applause. The take-home points for me were quite a lot, but I will just narrow it to the three things you mentioned. The three key points for women. One, learn to own your own business. Two, when men blackmail you for being emotional, blackmail them for overthinking. Thirdly, power of storytelling. Trust me, the power of storytelling can never be overemphasized. Storytelling and curating, very key. As long as you know how to tell your story, trust me, the world will listen. And by default, and the kind of society we live in, by default, the society's patriarchy. So if you know how to tell your story as a woman, trust me, the world will listen. And also, lastly, I want to read something out that is very key, because they also spoke about men too, and I've been man myself. It's a powerful line that I will always go back to for my favorite rapper, M.I. Abaga, because he's a poet as well. He said, "There's a more insidious word against you, which I think has to do with the socialization process. The expectation of men to be the strong one is a hell of an expectation. It's actually terrible, because what do you do with all the real human vulnerability?" And then it goes back to what we started talking of. Talking about you have to become the superhero, the big muscle man. And to you, you aren't. You're just a person. Some of you is strong, and some of you is weak. Just a person. And the full person has a vulnerability in the world. We need men's liberation. To liberate men from the shackles of having to be the warrior, and a perfect, and a soldier, and a killer, and a big strong muscle man, to just being a person. Mr. Itayo, sir, one more time, please let's give him a round of applause, because everything he said to me. Everything he said struck a chord to me. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, I love to use the word ladies and gentlemen, pardon me. ISECers! I don't know why I say they use ladies and gentlemen, I guess it's too much official event. Okay, you don't like ISECers? Oh wow, shoot me to the head. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please let's all, if you have your phones here, please let's keep it lively and going. Please, could you just kindly go on your Instagram and then follow ISEC in Nigeria on Instagram. Quickly. I will check, I will go around with I check. Sharp, 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 sharp. I'm going around to check. We need to do that quickly. Are we done? Do we have that? ISEC in Nigeria. Same as Twitter. And I believe Facebook as well too, yeah? Alright. I beg if you don't see the bad door, I'm just waving it kind of. I go on my Wi-Fi for you. Are we good? Are we good? And also, we're live on YouTube. We're streaming live on YouTube. If you know you have any friends or you have people that you want to get along with what's happening here, please you can kindly tell them, same as I said in Nigeria on YouTube, right? Media, please, so that they could also key in. This is very, what we're saying here is highly exponential. And if you're here, you're really benefiting from this, and you know there's someone outside that you know needs to benefit from this, please let's kindly tell them about the language so they follow quickly as we bring on the next speaker. Are we good? Okay. Moving on. Okay, great. Mr. Biono Kolade is the founder and CEO of Collaborate Consulting. He has over 15 years of experience working and advising various clients across diverse industries and sectors within Nigeria on HR-related assignments covering HR strategy, talent acquisition, outsourcing, job grading, and
okay, so you guys are really tired. Can we just have like 2 minutes and shake our bodies? Well, you know this song? Let's do it. Oh, yeah, man. Nobody wants to dance? I'm marching to the yard. Oh, yeah, So good afternoon again, everyone. So I'm supposed to talk about young people in the workplace. So today I'm just going to be telling you guys about my experience about working with young people. So I'm not going to be quoting anything. I'm not going to be giving tips that entire give you. What I'm just going to be doing to tell you my practical experience working with young people. So we're talking about young people today. We're going to be talking about people 30 and below. What is 30 and above there? I'm out from the other side. 30 and below, where are you guys? And below. Yes, now. The Genesis. Right? Okay, so 30 and below. So, who are still in school? I'm still in school. I'm not working, I'm still in school. I'm still in school and I'm working. Yeah. I finished school and I'm working. I finished school and I'm waiting for service. I know nobody. One person.
Okay. So, guys, so basically, I'm going to talk about exactly what it is. So let us introduce what we do as Colacre, right? So Colacre Consulting is an HR tech company. Basically, what we do is to help businesses with their HR using technology. Simple, that's what we do. Right? So we have two products, what we call HR as a service. Basically, we help people manage their HR. So rather than them having HR in-house, we manage their HR remotely for them. Right? That's the one side. The other side is our payroll software, which is basically helping people automate their payroll or pay salaries. Technically, that's all. Right? But who are the people that make this happen? Not just me. They are young people. So I'm going to tell you guys about them today. I'm going to tell you about exactly what, as a young person, as you're leaving school, what are those qualities that you should have? What are those things that you look for? I mean, I know that there are people here. The Italian is here, the Daddy is here, people like people that probably will recruit some people here today, right? Or maybe in the future. But some things that they are looking out for when they are recruiting people. I'm not going to tell you how to do your CV. This is not the time to do your CV. This is the time for you to be able to go on, to put yourself into what exactly you want to do. The survivors here, he talked about your vision. The entire game talked about diversity. These are things that happen in the workplace. So how do you navigate that process? So when you talk about the young people, or when you talk about youth, what comes to your mind? What comes to your mind?
Energy.
So when Nigerian politician, every day what they say, they use a young person is what? They are leaders of what? Is this true? Okay, so let's start. Is this true?
Maybe because well, they keep saying youth are the leaders of tomorrow and they don't give us opportunities to be leaders and this is tomorrow.
This is tomorrow for you. So there's no opportunity. Who else wants to say something? Nobody. It's supposed to be like that. So I'll go around. I just give it to people. I'm giving it to a guy, a great to somebody guy. Do you think this statement is correct?
That's what they say, but we the youth opportunity.
So it's still about opportunity. So do you think that there are youth in Nigeria that are actually leaders today?
Yes.
So what makes a leader? What makes a youth leader? Money. 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 What?
Being able to serve others.
Being able to serve others. So technically, this is a fallacy, right? You know what a fallacy is? So it's just for them to tell you that wait till your turn. But actually, this is actually a cliche that is not supposed to be correct. Actually, leaders are today. Young people are doing crazy things. People that are on Haystack, Flutterwave, Piggybags, they are young people. Are they not leaders? So maybe they should change it to political leaders, not just leaders, right? So that's exactly what it is. Yeah, I said. Wow. Okay, so for my second people. Alright, let's go to the next one. Okay, so I did this introduction, so don't mind that person there. Okay, so this is where let's go again. So for me, this is the future, right? So when you talk about you talk about what? Future. I don't, do you know this? Guys, where is the energy in this house? What is this? And what does it mean? You see, like what Mr. Ryan talked about, what the entire talked about, whether you're a male or a female, these things happen to us. This is just a slogan, right? Maybe because during 10 SARS, it came out. But actually, exactly what it is. So if you're a lady and you're walking and you don't speak up, nobody's going to listen to you. If you're a guy and you think because you're a man, you don't speak up, nobody's going to listen to you. But how do you speak up for people to listen to you? Depending on what you're talking about, what is coming from your mouth. I mean, Mr. Lyman just said it. If you don't have anything to say, do what? And do what? I do what? Just hold your hand as if you know what it is, right? Okay? I know. When you think of young people, what do you think of again? Yeah, I know. Diversity. That's what the Italian talked about as well. So, what is happening now I mean, it's globally right now, so nobody cares where you're from. For young people, they don't really know whether you're Muslim or a Christian. It's still our elders or the politicians that are making us think that way, or putting us in a Yoruba, Hausa, that bracket, right? So, my name is Biotu. Where do you think I'm from? Why? Because my name is Biotu, right? Yeah. Okay, so if I tell you that I'm from Plateau State, do you agree? No. Why? My name is Biotu. Do you agree?
Yes.
Why? Because Gian, so because my name is Biotu Gian, that means I'm from where? Do you know I can be Biotu Gian and I'm from Kaduna State? You see what I'm talking about, right? So people's name, the way you see people, or what it is based on their name. Now tell you that is from where you think she's Yoruba, right? If I add something to her name again, you attribute it to that. I don't know what you understand what I'm saying, but young people naturally don't think about these things. They just think it's a person, right? So this is actually what is to young people, all right? So for me, if you just think of a young person, this is what you should think of. Someone who solves problem you never know existed in and go your mind. Exactly that's what's happening. On my team, right? I have many people on my team that are young people. Things that they do every day, I can't even imagine. Do you understand what I'm saying? So my own is just to set vision. I say this is what I want to do. Want to come to Abuja, right? How we're going to do it, I don't know. Want to be able to be in 20 countries. How we're going to do it, I probably will not know. I want just to set for the vision. But the people that are executing that vision, they don't need to have 20 years work experience. Probably they're just coming out of school. Someone like let's see. Do you understand? Someone like she just finished school. She's waiting for service, or she's working. But if I don't introduce her this way, you will never know, right? Someone like Jamal, let me see you. Right? Jamal is the brain behind all our technology. I mean, you can see a lot of people know him and some people not know him. But he's a young person. So what they do with it, I don't know. I only just said it. So actually, that's actually what happened. That for me is the definition of a young person. Okay? Hello. So you're saying that you guys, this is the statistics, right? Not me, oh. Look at that. 50% of today's global population is 50 as what? That's over under 30. Or maybe 7.5, let me just do 7. 7 out of 10 is going to be under 30. So what does that portend for employers and employees? So that means the Gen Z that we're running away from, the millennials that we're running away from, are going to constitute the workforce. How do you deal? As a young person, what are those things that you're going to bring to the table? So the era of you need 15 years experience has actually passed. Right now, I can just be out of school and be doing 4 jobs. I mean, I know people that are doing multiple jobs there. Right? And with technology now, you can be in your house in Gwagwalada and be working for a United States company. Maybe 3 or 4 of them. And you don't need to be 30 yet. So technically, that's what it means. I'm sure if I ask Jade now and tell us our experience about working with young people, she will have a lot of things to say. Because when she was being cultural as a professional, there's a certain way that work is being done. Right now, it's changing, or it has changed. And guess what? You have to change with it. So the easiest way is that I am talking to you now. She's pressing her phone. But guess what? If I tell her, what did we discuss? She will narrate it to me again. But to me, that phone is a distraction. But it's not, because you guys can do what? You can multitask. Now, it might come as rude when you're talking as somebody is doing something. And sometimes, probably they are keeping notes. So before, when I started learning how to work, like my first career, I have a pen and a paper. Whenever my boss say, come for anything, I have to start to write it. And I have to write word for word. But now, I'll give them jot and self. I'm not sure they'll just throw it away. Because they are technological words, solid, and they can tell you. So I said, hey, where is that report? And somebody is turning out the report, and I don't know where this comes from. That's the power of young people. And that's the people that you're going to be competing with. And I want to tell people that, for me, I've been recruiting forever. So if I'm talking to you, I've talked to someone like 15 years ago, I'm talking to you now. So that means I've had 15 years experience of recruiting. That means I've seen everything, right? I've asked a question on someone, and maybe I should just digress a little bit, right? How long do you think an average recruiter takes to study your CV? Anybody that gets this is going to get going with the price. How long? I think I'll give you a lot more.
1 second.
1 second. Okay. Who else?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay. Average.
60 seconds.
60 seconds. Very close. That's 1 minute. Right? Who else? So imagine I have 500 CVs and I don't have the technology to use it, right? Or maybe, actually, I have the technology, and my technology has already shortlisted 50,000 CVs. They say we're looking for an accountant for the yellow dog apartment. And then they say, maybe we need an accountant. I'll put it out on LinkedIn. And 50,000 people have applied. And then we have the technology that reduce those 50,000 into 50. And I'm supposed to shortlist. You're reducing the time now. Averagely, it should be more than 20 seconds. Because if I have 50 CVs, what am I reading? I'm not reading anything now, right? I'm looking for key words. If they say you should put your age, and you didn't put your age, you're doing what? So the way you package yourself, the way you show yourself is important. And people will argue that I was first class. Do you know how many people have a first class? No, I have a first class and I know Warren's cousin. Do you know how people have first class and know Warren's cousins? I have a first class and my dad is NT. Do you know how people have first class? And so you're competing with who? A lot of people. What are you bringing to the what? Table. As a young person, what are you bringing to the table? So I'm going to be giving you just tips of what me, Yonto, is looking for and what most people are looking for. What are the things that if you don't have them today, you can learn? And the good thing about it is that everybody starts from zero. All of us. You know, they used to say, I get before, don't be property. Everybody starts from zero. So what you have before is zero. What it means is that there are things that you can learn today and you can succeed. Okay. Just go ahead. So one thing is for sure, right? When people are transforming the world, they said that keeping a youth-friendly organization is no longer optional. It's no longer optional. That is why, at Collaborate, for example, I'm the oldest, so I have to behave like a youth, like a young person. I mean, because I'm coming here, so I didn't wear my earring. I have an earring. And some people have seen me before, right? Do you understand? So I have to behave like Jamal. The only difference is that I can't plait my hair now, right? But I can wear wig. Do you understand what I'm saying? I have to behave like that. I have to think like that. You know, okay, I give you another example. Fola is here. Fola, stand up, please. Fola is in the University of Ilorin, right? Still in school. But she works for Fola, right? For me to be able to relate with Fola, I have to go to Fola's level. Because there's no how that someone that is in school that is young will understand what I'm saying until I go to them to our level. So technically what it means is that no matter how big I think I am, for my work, for the organization to move forward, she needs to understand what I'm saying. She needs to understand the instruction that I'm giving her. So it's transforming, it's changing. That is why you have people work, they do work from home. People just to be flexible. There are a lot of things. You have to have structure, but you have to do what? Be flexible. Now, your skill, your competency, whatever you have, that's what makes you what? Stand out. That is they are together. You know, when you shake yourself like this, you and this person are like this, 5 and 6. That's what it is. What you have is what's going to change you. It's what's going to determine you. So you have 5 people, 10 people, what do you have? What skills do you have? There are different kind of skills. That's why organizations like UTIVA is very, very important. Do you know what UTIVA does? You guys know? Yeah. For people that don't know, I mean, if the speaker is speaking, probably I will be checking out what they do. So they help young people acquire digital skills, right? So whether it's coding, whether it's UI, UX, whatever it is, while you're still in school, you can do it. That's what they do. And they have free courses. And the cool thing about it is that they have organizations that will sponsor and they go and train 50 people on our behalf. They are looking for people to get that experience. Right? But that skill that you have is actually what will make you what? Stand out. Right? Okay, so some personal characteristics I think you need to have as a young person to excel. Right? The first thing is what? So I'm not saying LOI. I'm not saying the one that they will send message to you, send smiling. No. Good communication skills. It's important. This is the most easiest one. It's not even mathematics or numeracy or whatever. Communication. You need to be able to what? To communicate effectively. Whether it's oral or written communication. Your boss is saying, do a report or send an email. If you can't send an email, why are you there? A lot of guys come out of school and that's why organizations will carry you and put you in a training school and say, this is the way we send email here, this is our culture here, this is the way we talk to people. In some organizations, they put their sack before you send an email. Communication is important. And I'm saying, your generation, there's a lot of communication, there's a lot of tools that you use, there's a lot of acronyms that you use. In the workplace, that doesn't start. Right? For you, it's crucial to attract and retain the best talent available today. That is important. Communication skill. Are you still there? Self-belief. Right? So you can communicate well. Do you believe in yourself? Trust in your ability. Do you? A lot of people are good, but they cannot. And that's why organizations like YSF are very, very important. So YSF, Junior Achievement, Rotorap, join those organizations. For those that are not in YSF now, join YSF or join something else because you have an opportunity to do what? To believe in yourself. That's why probably an Ifnaya can just finish school and still work. It's because during YSF, you'll be doing something similar. They'll be organizing something like this. And you can work for organizations that actually that's what they do. They organize seminars. So for example, if you join an organization that is organizing seminars, what do you think will happen? It will just flow because you have done it before. So you need to do that. Don't just read your books. Your books are, I mean, they're important. You can get your A's and everything, but have something else you're doing. Volunteer in church. Volunteer in your works. Do something. You know, add something to your CV. Let them know that at least you've done something. Right? Resilience. Okay. Who can define this word for me?
I would define resilience as the ability to keep going when things get difficult.
There was a question that he asked Mr. Lyons, right? He talked about Nigeria, and someone said, "What?" I didn't know what you say. Oh, yeah, like, what did you say?
I said that there's only as much as you. So
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so you know this Naya song? Huh? Problem you the finish, right? No, this is bad. No, not bad. The other Naya song that says, in Islam I can't kill myself. Oh. That's exactly what you say. And that's exactly what all of us currently in the country Nigeria was feeling like. I don't care. Whatever happens, it's not my problem. Okay, guess what? The difference between being good and being great is this. The Salah was actually said a lot of things about resilience. You need to go the extra mile. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? If you really, really want to be the best in your career, you have to be resilient. You have to be tough. See, you know when you, I mean, a lot of us are on social media, right? You hear people say, adulting is not easy. It is not. It is when you move out of your house, your parents' house, that you started earning 50K, that people will start asking you for money, that you started paying bills. That's when you know that, man, you know, it's because there's no free money anywhere. Any money that you're going to get, you have to work for it. A lot of you are already doing that now, but it's going to get tougher. But the only thing that will make you pass through that phase is what? So for you to work in an organization, especially startups, you hear fanciful names, but there's a lot of hard work. Probably get a lot of money, but you work. You cannot give up. The way we will not give up on Nigeria. Okay? All right. It's very, very close to this, so you have to do what? I don't know why this thing is continuing this presentation, but adaptability. The world is what? Moving fast. The way the world is moving, you cannot keep up at all. Technology every day. This one is coming out, that one is coming out. How do you do? You have to adapt. Technically, what it means is that what you know yesterday might be obsolete today. That means you have to read more, you have to research more, you have to listen more. So for a young person, okay, I'm not so young. For someone that is looking for young people to work, I'm actually looking for this. So I'm not looking for your grammar or your anything. I'm looking for, can you adapt to our organization? So in Apolagri, for example, every morning we go what we call a stand-up meeting, 8 a.m. Some people are not morning to do, right? So 8 a.m. is voila. Wherever you are, because we work remotely, wherever you are, you join in. And it's a video call, right? 8 a.m. some people are still in their bed, some people are boss. You have to join. Okay? Now, what I'm trying to say is that, you see, before that 8 a.m., probably I didn't sleep. As a business owner, you just wake up at 2 a.m. and you're thinking, what am I going to do again? And 8 a.m., well, we discussed something yesterday at 8 a.m., right? This morning 8 a.m., we're throwing it away, we're starting something new. Are you going to survive that kind of environment? The only thing that will come to your mind is that, you know, I started again. Yesterday, they said we should do this. I know. And we have a Slack group, we have a WhatsApp group, I know what goes on there, and they accuse me, they say all those things. It's normal. That's the nature of business in Nigeria. That's the nature of startup. So, for example, if you want to work in a tech startup, you have to be resilient, you have to be that. See, this will change. You have to be flexible, you have to have a thick skin. Because things will do what? They'll definitely change. Okay. Yeah, I said, so this is how employers, I think, go. Again, as I said, this is my own personal experience. So this is what employers are looking for. You know, skills, these are your skills. But this particular one, this is what an employer will be looking for, that I need to get the best out of it. So this is for things that I use to get best out of my people. Okay? Alright. Now, this generation, money is important too, but value is very, very important. So each individual, I need to understand what, you know, to say value is what is most, like what is important to you. right? So what do? I make sure that I understand Fola's values, Ifnaya's values, Jamal's values, that it aligns with Collaborate's value. Otherwise, I'm going to be shouting and they will not listen to me because they don't think that they're doing what? They're adding anything to the organization. So you need to know what exactly they want. So for you as a person, I'm giving you an example now, right? If you're looking for an organization, if you want to work in an organization, there's a lot of organizations there. If you want to work for them, the first thing you want to check is that what are their values? Who is the owner? What does the person stand for? Does it align with yours? I had a friend that is late now. He didn't work for VAT because he said tobacco. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So before now, we don't really care about that. We just want to work. But now, a lot of people want to know exactly what to stand for. So you as a person, do the same way for them. So as they're checking you out, check them out. Don't ever go for an interview without checking out anybody. Check out the owner. What has she done? What has the person done? What the person do the last time? The role that you're taking, why are they recruiting again? Is it a new role? You need to check. That's why people say somewhere is toxic because you're not checking. You see the money is like 4 by current salary, you just enter. You have to align, okay? Structure. Are they structured? Should be a structured organization, but there should be some flexibility. The organization should allow you to do what? Work from home, hybrid work, but again, depending on the role that you're taking. Okay, some roles you cannot work from home. Others you can. So look for those things and say, okay, I'm going to workplace, this is my personality, this is what I want to do. How can I fit into this space? What do they do? Ask those questions. There are some people, no matter how much you pay them, they probably will not do commute again, especially in Lagos. There are others who don't even like it. There's a pro and there's a con for this. So for young people that are just finishing school, it's very, very hard for you to work remotely and really try to collect your extra stuff. You need that office, that is a personal arrangement for you to be able to know how work is being done. And it's really, really important. Okay? All right. I have disappeared. Okay. Okay, so find out what impact you want to make. I want to join Collaborate. What exactly do they want to make? What impact do they want to make in the world? Forget that fanciful one that they write to do this in Africa. No. What exactly are they doing? What does the founder believe in? You can actually do that just checking on their profile or checking at their footprints on Twitter, Instagram, and everything. You can know people's personalities by just doing that. And you can follow people that are working there, except you know what kind of people are there. I always tell people, if you come to Collaborate, we play. But if you are too serious, you won't enjoy it. Because 1 minute we're working, another minute we're partying. And when I say party, like leader, and guess what? I will go for the party. I will go as in you guys have energy. By 4 a.m., I'm already tired, but then there's still that I will be there. Because I'm part of the system. So know the organization, know what they do, and know how they do it. And again, for me, the culture came from myself. It's play harder and party harder. Right? Yes, so you need to do that. You need to unwind. I was telling Jamal, like, I need to take some time off, right? I mean, like, although we went out for like some few days, and I'm thinking, I'm not even thinking again. Normally, when I come to Abuja like this, every evening I will go out. But I'm sure I came on Wednesday. I'm sure Daddy was just seeing today. I didn't even, yesterday I went out, I came back immediately, and I went to the room. Otherwise, I was like moving around. Do you understand? So that's the nature of our work. And that's the nature of a lot of organizations right now. Right? Okay? The culture. When you hear culture. I just said something about culture now. How do you treat people? What do you stand for? For example, in Collaborate, our culture is first name basis. So when you hear people call me Mr. Biodun, they are just mocking me because they call me Biodun. When they call me Mr. D, they're just mocking me because they call me because I won't answer them. Right? The essence is for them to be able to do what? To come and talk to me. and talk to themselves as well. Respect. For example, when we say everybody should do this, everybody is doing it. You're watching out for the next person. Sometimes culture is overhyped, right? One of the most popular culture is culture of performance. Right? You have an organization or you're joining an organization and you're not looking at what they are performing. A lot of us, I don't know if you guys do it, a lot of us does not even check the performance of an organization a year before they join them. Have you ever thought about looking for end of year reports or whatever for an organization before you join them? Has it crossed your mind before? No, because you're just thinking, oh, what's our way? Pay staff. You don't even know whether they are profitable or not. So what I'm trying to do is I'm telling you to know that, or I'm urging you to do that. Don't do the extra thing. Check, ask questions. Right? So culture is very, very important. And cultural business is how you treat people and how people are going to treat them. Recently, we had the issue of toxic bosses that was trending. Everybody was laughing on Twitter and everybody on social media, right? It starts from culture. He has done it one person, next person, everybody's talking about it. Nobody's all about. But if you have a good culture, you don't need any boss to be threatening you. Right? Okay? Autonomy. This is important as well. Young people nowadays actually want to take care of what they are doing. Now, I'm talking about the young people that know what they are doing. I'm not talking because nobody's going to give you autonomy if you don't show yourself. Typical example is when we wanted to build our payroll. I was looking for a product manager, and I met Jamal, and he was telling me, what I want to do is I want to place that. If you tell me this is what I want to do, right? Just go and see, and allow me to do it. And I think the reason why we were able to achieve what we achieved was because I got out of the way. I gave the KPIs and I got out of the way. So managing the developers, managing everything, I don't even join their meetings. I gave him the autonomy. If Jamal is talking to you, you probably would think he's the founder of Balak. That is how passionate it is. It is baby. There are some things on the payroll that I don't even know. That's the power of autonomy. And for as leaders, we don't want to delegate. I mean, we're organizing a conference, for example. Felix has to be running around and doing everything. Why? Where are the other guys? Who is doing what? So sometimes it's the autonomy that you give people that will give them that responsibility to do stuff. So a lot of young people want autonomy, but they don't want accountability. You have to be accountable. Guys, there's no two ways about it. I can't give you something and it's not working and you expect me not to. I'll be on your neck. Okay? So if you're looking for organization, you're looking for jobs, what is the line of autonomy that you have that they can give to you that will make sense for you to do your job? If they are breathing on your neck, they are micromanaging you, probably you won't be able to achieve what you want to achieve. Right? So it's hard. Your bosses will tell you they've been doing it for 10 years, so you can't tell them what to do. But when you have the autonomy to do whatever you need to do, you can be able to achieve more. Okay? Alright. So after that break, we just want us to do what? Young people, you can tell of us are young, only the person in the video. Alright? Yeah, Rebecca is there, Rita is there, Opa is there, Leon is there, Jamal is there, and Bola is there. I'm the only one that have likes this, the other ones are young people. These are guys that are doing great stuff. And actually, 5 of those guys are ISEC people, only 1% is an ISEC person. Right? So that is the reason why, for me as an ISEC person, I probably will recruit an ISEC person before I recruit an ISEC, unless you are extremely good. Unless you're what? Extremely good. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're working in an organization for a young person. This is my own experience. This is what I've learned. Some other people tell you some other things. So thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you. You can do better. You can do better. You can do better. Thank you very much, sir. That was really, really insightful. So, sir, quick question for me. So now so that they tell me no people see the already see the 20 seconds. All my work experience volunteering for this organization, provided strategies to cutting edge, handled and managed. For only just 30 seconds. Wow, I never saw that coming. I was thinking at least max a minute, 60 seconds. No time. But sir, what if I know you? Or what if I know you and my mother call you? Eh? Okay, quick one. That was an amazing session by the founder and CEO of Color Grey, Mr. Abiodun Kolade. Please let's give a round of applause on your time. If you listen carefully, if you indeed listen carefully like I did, he mentioned some certain things I will roll out quickly. One of them is self-reliant, resilient, adaptability, structure and flexibility, creating an accommodating culture, autonomy, and for me it was the research, like study about the organization. So there's something you said that I would take home, and I would also want to post on my Instagram handle story. You said, how many of us do research on the organization's impact report? I was privileged to join my organization this year to do an impact report. And before I joined the organization, I never had worked on an impact report before. So hearing you say that, it just simply means if I checked the organization well, probably I might. Okay, story for another day. Also, another take-home point for me was to, if you want to move further, you have to do stuff. Trust me, you have to do stuff, ladies and gentlemen. There I said that. Never go to an interview before checking out the organization. And lastly was lots of young people want autonomy, but they don't want accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, at this junction of the event, I know we are very tired and we want to switch up the event. I think now talk. When lecturer don't talk. You know the end idea. So let's stand up, ladies and gentlemen. Trust me, you would like this session. If you don't like this session, you will pursue me to go out. Please let's stand up. Trust me, if you don't like this session, send me home. Carry me and go. If you don't like this session, send me home.
Our legacy.
If you know or you believe that you can answer my questions correctly.
Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy, a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy, a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy, a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy, a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy, a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy, a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy, a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy, a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy, A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for?